How's everybody doing? Ooh, new stuff's happening. New stuff's happening. Brand new adventure. Final 14 is just beginning. Now, I did say I wasn't sure if I was going to continue with Final 14, just because obviously too many other games. But no, I love Final. I love Final. We'll see where the new story goes. We'll see where it goes. My border and everything's alright. I had to quickly reset it all back up. Yep. Cool. Oh my god, look at that queue. It's huge! Ooh, we can now go to any world we want now, can't we? Ooh, 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 ooh. Monkey. How do I do that? Then again, I can't, like, I won't be able to jump from a US server to a EU server, will I? I can only jump. Let's have a look. Do you do it from the crystal, like the original way you used to do it? It's exactly the same. So how do you... Wasn't that introduced in this update, the option to jump to other servers? I hope they're not like bigging up the thing that's already been in forever. Like, this isn't new. So how do you actually go to like other servers? I thought that was finally added in this update. Ah well. Let's have a look. Ooh. What are these? I've like not the only thing I've seen recently. Well, not recently. The only thing I saw was the like planned graphics overhaul. That was like the last thing I saw. So all this is new to me. What is adventure plate and portraits? Adventure plates allow you to share character information on a profile of your own design. Other adventure plates can be viewed by accessing subcommands via targeting a character, right-clicking them, right-clicking the name in the find list, etc. Your plate is not currently visible to other players. Make it public by changing its appearance. Edit plate design. Edit profile. Select favorite class job. Reaper. Favorite title. Play style. Main scenario. Dungeon. Trial. Raid. Orbit raid. Treasure hunt. Casual. I'm a fat casual. That's what I am. I like the story, and that's about it. So, Casual. I can only have 6. Never mind. I'm not even going to put hours active because it's random. In fact, let's see. Oh, well, I ain't live. I'll do what my normal streaming hours are, 6. I'm obviously only on sharp now. There we go, that's roughly about it. So how do you, like, change your profile picture thing? Can you change that? Can that be funky-doodied? Privacy settings. Visible to... yeah, whatever, everyone. Not like it matters. Okay. Is that it? Bam. Okay. Portrait? Is this... ah, here we are. Cooch. The portrait feature allows you to use a variety of poses, motions, and framing options to compose the perfect portrait of the warrior of light. Different portraits can be displayed on your adventure plate, and prior to crystalline conflict PvP matches. So don't hesitate to create a full gallery. Additional information is available in the portrait guide. How do you like zoom in and zoom out and zippity zippity zoodah? Okay. Background. DPS. Hamza, older, older. Simple. Companion. Companion? Any? Unless these. That background means nothing. Ish. Friend. Ooh. Solid white and new features. Ooh. Ooh. Question mark. Yes, please. Let's see. Character. How do I... oh. Pause. That's what I want. Okay, so that's as far out as I can zoom. Can I make the... look at the screen? Look at camera. That's not... no. Now he looks like he's evil. Evil! Face camera, there we go. That's not facing the camera. Why does my guy look evil? Evil. How do I change his expression? Oh, hang on. Expression. Duh. Okay, what's going on with my guy's eyes? Reset gaze direction. Reset facial direction. Oh, look at camera. There we go, that's better. There we go. Now if I go to adventure plate, how do I change the portrait? How do I? Nanny! Display it and... That's not helpful. Ah, apply to adventure plate. There we go, that'll do. See, I prefer that. Doobie doobie doobie. Modern, basic. See, I like the tank one because it's blue. Obviously, I'm not a tank, but screw it. I did it my way. That didn't change Jack Diddley Scoodley Scott. Apply, yes. There we go. Cool. Can you not, like, put something on the little banner that's hanging down over your profile picture? Right, cool. That'll do for now. Cool, so there's one new little feature. Interesting. Right, cool. Let's see. So what's new? Duty support. Is this now the new NPC thing, is it? It is indeed. Oh, damn. Damn. So at the moment we can do Realm Reborn with NPCs, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker. Eventually Heavensward and Stormblood will get it as well. I think. Be a bit shit if they like leave a gap. So you can play with a bunch of rando NPCs. Ooh, hope they're not dumb. So that pretty much now makes the squad thing pointless. Because, again, if the AI on this... Because with the squad thing, you can only do up to level 50 dungeons. Pretty much the end of Realm Reborn. But the AI is dumb as a bag of bricks. So if the AI of this new feature is much better, nobody's going to use the squad. I think they're just fading that out, me. I'd say I think they're going to fade it out. They're not doing anything for the ranks. Like, there's be no new ranks added to the Grand Company in God knows how long. I mean, there might be now, finally. Sharp find out. Oh god, the Outcastle. What happens when you don't play for a little bit? Same with me, like rotations. Ooh, I could do the Easter thing quickly and like get the little minion thing. I don't know how long. I don't know how long's left for it. Empire. Yes, this is the one thing they're just not bothering with anymore. Like, one of the very first features of Final Fantasy XIV, the Grand Companies, and they just don't seem to be bothering with it. Let's see, apply for promotion. This one recognizes service, but currently there are no further ranks. Exactly. Such a shame. A dead function. Something tells us they're going to phase it out eventually. Because they cannot be asked to put new ranks in. Right, so where do you go for the Easter thing? I'll quickly do that first before I start with the... I'm just going to skip this, the story of the Easter event. I just want the minion. Where do I go again? It's probably somewhere in Uldar. In Gridania. I don't think it'll be here. Let's see. Might be interested in learning of the Hatching Tide Festival. Last time it was in Gridania. Yeah, a Gridanian maiden. Yeah. It'll be in the EFS theater. Teleport. Papaya. See the last year's chicken outfits you can now buy on the shop. £2.88. How many gold saucer points? I read on the someone's tweet that you can now get the Nia little robot that you hang from. You can get that as a mount now, apparently. I don't think I've got much gold saucer points because I haven't been there in a while. 16,000. That's probably not going to be enough. Let's have a quick peek. Na 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 na. Are you there, Koos? Was that just a big troll? Was it like any? I don't know when that. I can't remember when I saw that tweet. It was recently. Might have been the April Fools. Unless it's not actually on yet. Na 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 na. Ah, there it is. Oh my god. 300,000. Well, I'll not be getting that anytime soon. Archon Throne. Yeah, you now get the little pod from Nia as a mount, so you like hang from it. I wonder what music it's going to play. Wait, what? Oh. Oh man. Na, 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 You need 1, 2, and 3 to get the jackpot, don't you? Big nabbit. I definitely am winning with this one. Better than out. Better than newt. Right, cool. So the pod mound is there. Cost 300,000, so that's gonna take some doing. Back to Britannia, do the Easter egg thing just to get the minion. I think it's only just like the minion, the rest's garbage. Let's see. FFIV event. You get an egg hat, a basket. Oh, hang on. Hatching Tide Mobile. Ah, right. Fucking name. Why do they keep doing that? Every event now, they do fucking baby mobile things. Why? Why? Thankfully, there's a little minion you can get. Little bunny things that you normally fight in Final Fantasy XII. If it's anywhere, it'll be na 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 na. There it is. Alright, so you just have to do this and then you get it. And then the rest can... I mean, I'll at least do the quests. I always like to do all the quests. I'm just going to skip it because I don't give a crap. Some of the events I like. Like the one with Yoshi P, like the anniversary event one, that was alright. These events are usually roughly the same. No, nota. Obviously, I care about the main story and important stuff. These little seasonal events, don't really care about. I don't care about them. Just rush them, get the reward, and move on. Like I said, some of them are alright, but most of them are just generally the same. Run around, talk to a few NPCs, and I mean, the Halloween one was alright. The last Halloween one, where you went into a cool little dungeon, that was alright. I paid attention to that one. Like I said, the some are alright, but this one... What am I doing? Deliver... search for witness near the Myrtle Grove. That was to say, if I ever see more bizarre looking bunnies, maybe. Follow the bunnies! Na, 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 na. Let me get used to the controls again. All the game controls are ingrained in my mind. Na, na, na. Apparently they've changed 1,000 Maws of Torteract. I think they said they were going to. Again, I'm not really kept up with the latest stuff other than like the big overhaul that they're going to do on character models and like shrubbery and things like that. They're going to improve the visuals on stuff over time. I keep clicking left stick thinking it's the sprint. But it's not. I could bind it to that, but no need to. The Fate Happiness is a warm bunny, can only be completed as a disciple of war on magic. Complete Fate. Right. Okay, where do I go for that? There's going to be a bazillion people standing out there. Thankfully made a little bit of money while I was gone all this time. Not much, 239,000. The price on the stuff that I normally sell's pretty much been cut in half. There's going to be a shitload of people here. Oh, well, there's not actually that many people. I think it's because most people have done it. The event has been out for a little bit. I started getting the 580 stuff. Yeah. Shouldn't really matter because the dungeon from this will probably give us some decent stuff. I don't know what the minimum eye level is for the next. I'm guessing there'll be at least one dungeon in this new content. I don't know what the eye level of the stuff will be for it, that it drops. It'll probably not be more than 580. I'm not sure what the current eye cap is. I think it's like 590. With the new raid stuff. Do I still have chat stuff to save it? Oh, never mind, the event's going to start. What's going on? What have I got to do? Happy bunnies. There's a... What have I got to do? I'm confused. I'm in the Fiat, aren't I? What have I got to do? Ah, now it works. Oh my god, this is annoying. Hit him! Gosh, the target is annoying. Did I not have to hand them in? I'm gonna wait and do a few more just in case. I'm gonna do another one just in case. They usually pop every 5 minutes. Ah, someone's already got the mount. Not surprised, it's not that expensive. Just obviously I don't have a lot of gold saucer points because I don't really do it that much. Too much of a slog. I will get eventually. Slowly over time I'll build up the points. Oh, it's getting warm. Feel the temperature. Be fan on. Papaya. 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 Maybe too low. It's usually like level 10 or 15 you can do the event. Papaya. Papaya, 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 papaya. What did I get me crafting up to? I started doing crafting and everything finally. I got a bit bored. That's why I stopped playing, because I just got bored. Because I was literally just doing crafting. Yeah, I got everything into the 70s and then I stopped because I just got bored. I'll get it the rest of the way eventually. That's why my inventory's jam chock with garbage. That's been my money maker. The Highland Oregano. It's stuff you can only gather at a certain time of day. It'd be interesting if you could just get the profile card, just display a currently equipped job, rather than just leaving it fixed on one. So yeah, how do I do the world like visit other servers and that? Like, obviously you could visit things within your cluster, but now you can visit other worlds within your, unless that was literally just bringing back that feature, because I know but they're just talking about the feature that was already in. I'm confused. Let's see. FFIV server visit. World visit allows you to travel freely between the world in your data center. Again, I'm confused because you could already do that. But then they were bigging it up as if it was something new. I was under the impression you were allowed to go to other... Like, obviously I'm on a US server, so I was under the impression I'd be able to go to other US servers, not just the ones that are selectable from the Aetheryte crystal that you've been able to do for ages. That's not new. Visit another world. Yeah, this is... This isn't new. Why were they bigging this up as if it was something new? I'm so confused. That's the problem, because you've already been able to do this, but they've been talking about a new one where you could visit other servers even beyond the ones that you could originally select from the crystal. This doesn't help. When FFIV will start data, unless it's not actually in yet. I thought it was added in this function. I'm sure it was added. They said it was added in this patch. Let's see. This is a new one from February. Ah, here we go. At a hip. Oh, hippity hippity. Smart if you just like stand, find a spot where to stop, and then just stay there, because eventually more will come. Oh my god, I hate this event. This event sucks. See, I should have had him. Again, this is because I'm playing on a US server. There is actually delay. I've noticed that not long ago. See, I should have had him just right on top of him, but again, servage. What the hell is that? See, there's like black stuff spawning, and now it's there. Come on, I should have had him. Also, why some of them like... Ah, come on. See? Right, screw that, dude. I hate this event. Fucking shit. Let's see. Final Fantasy World most anticipated data center travel system is planned to arrive later in 2022. I thought it was introduced in 6.1. Then again, this is posted from February. Fans have been waiting for a chance to play with friends who started on a different data center. For example, players that created a character on the Primal have not been able to play with adventures on either. While months later, the Lord Stumbler. Yeah, data center travel is coming in 6.1x, so it should be in this one. So let's see. Data travel. Data center travel detail, but still no cross region. Launching of data center travel system. In response to congestion following Endwalker release, we had postponed the launch. Is now being planned for a 6.1x patch. A 6.1x patch. Does the X mean it's not actually in this patch? I'm confused. Players will be able to visit worlds in their local data centers with the same physical data center. Players will not be able to visit worlds in other regions. It's a shame because I'd like to be able to hop onto Phoenix. But how do I actually do it? Yeah, that there hanging from there, that thing is one of the event rewards. They do that with every event now, make them for some stupid reason. Got no interest in them. Let's see, Final Fantasy 14 6.1 data center travel. How to use Final Fantasy's data center travel. Bet you this is bullshit clickbait. Bet you. When this feature goes live, players will begin the event temporary visits or the servers extend outside their data centers, provided it's within a data center of the same region. The following lists, which data centers cover, the world travel system lets you visit other. It's not in, is it yet? In patch 6.2, Square Enix intends to add the ability to join cross-world link shells on different centers. No. This is a clickbait article. It doesn't tell you how. Literally, it says how to use it. Doesn't tell you. It just tells you that it's coming. Knew it was going to be a fucking clickbait. Data center travel will not be available from day 1 of patch 6.1, but will instead come soon after in patch 6.1. Right, thank you. So again, yeah, article is fucking clickbaity. Because you're not telling you how, you're just saying that it's basically. That's why they do it, because they say this is how you do it, and then people click it thinking, oh, sweet. And then really far into the article it says, oh, it's not actually coming until later. Because they get that click, and then they get the like the data on how long you interact with that site for, which generates them currency. Like a bunch of scumbags. Where will you hand out eggs? By the market, by the market. Don't care. Doesn't matter where you choose. And got my minion. There's usually one repeatable quest. Should you wish to repair, give giving, hibbity hobbity, speak with now again. Watch this man's body. You may even find yourself encountering individuals who were not present in your initial adventure. Furthermore, you've unlocked Egg Hunter Riggy minigame. Open the toy chest in the inn room. Ah, wait, that's it. Never mind, got it done. There is no repeatable one with this. Okay, done. Normally there's at least one extra side quest with some of them. Not with this one. Ah, hello. An egg a day. Ah, right, cool. I forgot about that. There's the egg emote. And then I can get those two, and that's me done. In my eye, there's an eyelash. Right there, got it. Right, cool. There we go. So now I've got the egg-eating emote. Egg. Yeah, they literally made this because of Robert Ross. This egg-eating emote, because last Halloween and I think not Halloween, last Easter and the Easter before, he did like a charity event where he just had an inventory full of eggs and he was just sitting there going egg, egg, egg. Every time he ate an egg, he was just going egg, egg. And so this one, they decided to actually make it an emote. Yeah, they did it because of him. They actually recognized him on their official Twitter. Ah, there you go. Wap, wap, wap. Wap, 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 wap. Social emotes. Eat egg. Eat apple. No idea when I got that one. The hopper. Egg. Ah, they've actually added more to the emote, so he's like just keeps eating the egg. Whereas obviously when you actually use a normal egg item, it just goes nom, done, nom. Cool. Right, cool. Cool. So that's that done. Adventure time! Back, Bales, I'll be back in a minute. that. Sort something out. Papaya. Papaya, papaya, papaya. Meteor. Meteors. What else is new? Should I just start the next part of the main story? Thing is, I can't remember my rotation at all. I actually got really good at the rotation of Reaper, but it's been a while, so I'm forgetting it. It's been a few months. I beat the story in January, and then I stopped playing. So it's been a few months, so I'm completely forgetting my rotation. That's a problem, like, obviously for people that just play this every single day, it's ingrained in you. Obviously I play the story and some of the in-game content, and then I stop and I move on to play other games. So obviously me memory, I like learn new controls and what have you on new games. So then when I come back to this one, I'm forgetting the rotation. Doesn't really matter too much when you're just doing the story stuff. As long as you've got a decent rotation for, like, when you're doing the dungeons, you're alright. But when you're doing the in-game stuff, that's when you need to be spot on. 1 second. That's fine. Na 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 na. Oops, I completely forgot a tweet. Derp. Oddworld Soulstorm PlayStation Plus deal devastating for developer. What's this? It's just like when the new packages come out, because obviously, like, when Soulstorm first launched, they were giving it away for free for like the first 2 weeks. And now, obviously, with the new Plus subscription where you get over 400 games free, if they carry on giving away Oddworld free, they're not going to get much money. While many see the inclusion of their game on Sony's PlayStation as a real boon, others feel less so. That Oddworld Inhabitants has revealed that getting Oddworld Soulstorm on PS Plus was devastating for the team. Chatting the Xbox expansion pass, Slining said team initially thought they would sell roughly 50k units Oddworld Soulstorm, and certainly no more than 100k. The studio was looking for some financial help to keep the game alive. As such, Sony approached the team to offer an undisclosed amount of money. to put a game put on PlayStation Plus for its release month. Yeah, that was a bad idea. You shouldn't have. They shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have gave that away for free on launch, because they made no money. Because literally on launch, everyone's like, "Ooh, Yankee." The game release was delayed 3 months. Blah, blah, blah. Oddworld Soulstorm was downloaded almost 4 million times through PS Plus, vastly overshooting the team's expectations. But yeah, because it's free. If it had a price tag on it, less people, it would have been less. I mean, it might not have been, again, because it's Oddworld. A lot of people, it was a lot of people's first PlayStation game. It was my first PlayStation game, along with no, actually, my first PlayStation game was Crash Bandicoot. Christmas time that same year, I got Oddworld and Final Fantasy VII. That was it, yeah. So, yeah, they were only expecting it to sell 50,000 to 100,000 copies. And it was downloaded 4 million times. So, because of that, they only got a small cut from Sony. So obviously Sony give them a chunk of cash to say, let us put this on my store for free for its launch. So yeah, it was devastating for them. Following its release, the PC Oddworld Soulstorm went on launch Xbox November. Landing, however, did not disclose how the game sales compared on Xbox. Yeah, they sort of screwed themselves over. I don't know why. I mean, especially for an Oddworld game, for a game that has a following. Like, people grew up with it, I did, and I was looking forward to it. And even more so knowing that I was going to get it for free with PS Plus. But even had it not been free, I would have still bought it, eventually. But yeah, they sort of did a silly move, giving it away for free day one launch. That's something they should have done after a few months after they had gotten their initial launch sales, then put it on Plus. But they did it the other way around, and obviously it's bit them in the foot. Bit them in the arse. Tataru, my friend, I am back. What adventures await us? How do you start Tataru's little adventure as well? Because this is supposed to be like a... Well, so I need to do the freaking Hildebrand questline as well. I started it... I remember I did some in 1.0. He's been around forever, him. I did some in 1.0. Not much. And then I think I did a little bit on my character on Phoenix, but not much. And I've done none of it on this character. Also, New Game Plus should now be in this. I think they said, yeah. Sweet. I wonder how they're going to do New Game Plus going forward, because obviously Endwalker was just its own thing. Are they going to add it to the end of this section, or are they going to have, obviously, Newfound Adventure on the next one below? Also, is there any new trophies? There is! Newfound Adventure! How many? Is it just literally... Oh, there's a few. Right. Defeat Ed Singer and the Minstrel's Ballad, so that's the hard Ed Singer. Complete Aglia, or whatever the hell that is. And then there's an unreleased one. That'll be a hardcore raid or something. It's interesting function, this. I've not seen it in other games other than this. See, it's got unreleased trophy here. This trophy here at the bottom isn't active yet. It'll activate in a future patch. Ooh, what's this? Newfound adventure. Tataru is putting on a pot of tea and looks in need of company. Blah. Jasix, how lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? I would indeed. Take a seat then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well. She's all alone in this big building now. Everyone's moved on. Put on a brew. Donut.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around. Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand.
Star's like, get out! I like my peace. Don't look in the back room. There's nothing in there. No money. No.
I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it.
So yeah, there's a new little quest line for Tataru. And I really hope it plays into that side quest that was in Endwalker, where we found Tataru's carbuncle, and we found out that the guy that found it was basically like, whoever. They basically said normally carbuncles will disappear after a period of time when they're unsummoned by their masters. But this carbuncle was never unsummoned. Tataru forgot to unsummon it, and it's been wandering the lands ever since Heaven's Word patch content. I don't know how long it's been. It's been a few expansions. It's been wandering the world ever since. And the guy basically says whoever this carbuncle belongs to must have an immense amount of talent. So Tataru might be the strongest of the Scions. The Scions have disbanded for now. She's now just her own little thing. Then again, there's some of them stayed around, if I remember. Just the main group disbanded, I think. I can't remember.
What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
Well, I'm busy playing Spooderman. It's a really good game. Have you heard of it? Great game. A brand new adventure, of course.
Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you. You've fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder.
You're right. Who knows what mysteries are still waiting to be discovered?
Oh, that's the spirit! I can feel from here the blazing fire that just lit in your belly. Now, all you need is a destination. If you're having trouble deciding, just leave it to me. Thavner, That's where you should go next. I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Yeah, what's going to happen with the Empire now? Because obviously everything for them collapsed, but there's still obviously contingents around the world. Whether word's spreading, they've all changed their ways somehow, I doubt it. There'll still be factions kicking about.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the bounty? As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Yep.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world.
He's the only one left. The only bearer of one of the crystals left. Everyone else is gone.
In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress.
I hope it's better than that snow shite you gave us. I immediately glammed something else when you gave me that stupid coat. It looked horrible.
Shouldn't take much longer now, though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Yay. I like tea. Make sure it has pockets. No, you're the best, Ataru. That's not clothes.
Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care.
Oh.
Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement.
How am I supposed to wear that? What are you doing, Tataru?
I'm one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims.
Na, 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 na.
Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
Probably got a turd in my pocket somewhere. A rare turd.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
Am I gonna have a dream? Oh, I'm having a dream. Oh. Void. Void. There's these. Reaper.
And thus I am returned.
Who that? Who that? A new adventure. Who dat? That's clearly someone from the void. So we're gonna deal a lot more in the void in this new story. Hello.
Ah, you're awake. My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing.
Who was that? This is my favorite
You seem
tune from the
awfully
new expansion.
cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga?
This is my favorite version of the Walker tune.
Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall.
Hey, Lullaby, Quantum, and anyone else?
If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
Like I said, better look better than that snowy gear that you gave us the last time, because that shite was garbage and I never wore it. It's still brand new. Do you want it back? No, I can't remember my rotations for shit. I'm yet to fight something, but yeah, I definitely can't remember my rotations. So the data transfer is not actually in the game yet, is it? From what I understand. Just the normal travel between servers within your cluster. We can't jump to other servers yet. It's a shame that we can't. Yeah, it's a shame I can't jump into an EU server, so then I could, like, jump into Phoenix. Boo! Observe as the artiste refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time. I only need a moment. You'll see. So, yeah, well, I had a weird dream. I don't know if it was a dream, but yeah, while I was sleeping, it like clipped to a scene of somebody saying, "Finally, I have returned," and it looked like the next expansion is going to deal heavily with the void, based on what I saw there. But that's all I've seen so far. Just that one little scene of someone saying, "I have returned." And then the Newfound adventure logo popped up, and then it clipped back to me waking up. A little more room in the shoulders. Open up the cuffs. Final adjustment to the hem. And voila! C'est magnifique, yeah? All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Oh, that looks much better. Yeah, oh my god, I really like that. Oh, I like that. It's even got a cape. I like it. Can I dye it? Please say I can dye it. That is so much better than the snow crap you gave her. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? You hate it? But it's like back to your roots adventure gear. Ah, it reminds us of White Knight Chronicles gear. Yeah, I've done my adventure plate, yeah. I went with the tank background because blue. But obviously I've said there's Reaper. Makes you look like a hobo. Well, because you're setting back out. You're going back to your route. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. Like, even Tataru told you, you're going back to your adventuring routes. You're hitting back out onto the road again. You're not a scion and a savior of the world. You're just little old adventurer man again. Back to basics. That's the whole point in it. I'm so glad you approve. You've outdone yourself, Tataru. Thank you. Ah, stop. You'll make me blush. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. I will indeed. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. They'll look at you, a famous hero, and wonder, wherever did he purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Taru's boutique. I can hear it now. The merry clink-clank of gill overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Ooh, I even get earrings as well. Ooh, 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 all fancy pantsies. I see no pants. Wayfarer. Right, they're all called Wayfarer. Cool. I don't know if I've got any white dye left. Burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter in your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Ah, yeah, there's a new function, isn't there? That's what this is going to be. I think I remember seeing a tweet about this, that now there's a little log that'll give you info on all past characters you've met and what have you. Ah, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. Collection. Expanded the Unending Codex. Yeah, this is it. Oh god, that's a long read. Tataru, scion of the Seventh Dawn Coinkeeper. Though publicly known as the organization's receptionist, Tataru also serves as the Scion's Coinkeeper, a role she executes with an enthusiastic cunning that bounds on the terrifying. Born to Uldan merchants, the young Tataru had everything a Lalafell could ask for, until her family lost it all to bankruptcy. Plagued by debt and still smarting for this abrupt introduction to the harsh realities of the Sultanate, she apprenticed herself to a lapidary at the age of 12 and henceforth supported the household with her meagre earnings. It was during this period that she met Minfilia, a miner come to sell gems and ore, who would later recruit Tataru to oversee the Path of the Twelve's finances. Tataru in turn resolved to use her newfound position not only to accrue personal wealth, but also to serve others. Indeed, when the Path of the 12 relocated to the Waking Sands, and her role was expanded to include secretarial duties, she used her considerable social acumen to build relationships and increase its influence. As the organization slowly but surely grew into into an association of like-minded and gifted souls, she was instrumental in seeking out potential members blessed with the Echo. After the 7th Umbral Calamity, when the Path of the 12 merged with the Circle of Knowing to form the Scions of the 7th Dawn, Tataru continued her tenure as Secretary and Coinkeeper combined. When the political situation in Uldar drove the Scions from their headquarters for a time, she journeyed with Alphino and the Warrior of Light to Ishgard, that they might then regroup and rebuild the organization. Later, she accompanied a contingent of Scions to the Far East, where she established ties with East Aldnar Trading Company's Kugania branch in order to fund local anti-imperial resistance efforts, one of her many laudable ventures on the Scion's behalf. Privately, Tataru has long regretted her inability to assist her company. Yeah, there's now a new side story. I was saying this earlier. Obviously, there's now a side story, which I'm hoping I'll unlock soon, which follows Tataru. And I'm curious if she'll become aware of her latent abilities. Because obviously, there's a side quest in Endwalker in the area underneath freaking Doofdabble Ding Doppel place. What's it called? What's the city called in Endwalker? I'm drawing a blank. Anyway, you know where I mean. But yeah, there's a side quest in one of those areas where you find Tataru's carbuncle. And if you do that side quest, one of the NPCs says that normally people Charlene, yeah. Normally people unsummon their carbuncles when they're done. But whoever this carbuncle belonged to forgot to unsummon it. And it's been wandering the realm ever since. And this has been going on, like this carbuncle's been wandering the realm since Heavensward or Stormblood, one of the two. Whenever that little side quest was, when she took up the job and then quit very quickly. And he basically turns around and says that whoever this carbuncle belonged to has a really good latent talent and is very powerful. And obviously you realise that that's Tataru's carbuncle. And obviously Tataru gave up that job because she thought she was crap at it. And so yeah, I'm hoping this little side quest line now that we're going to do with her, she'll find that carbuncle and realise, hey Lou, and then she'll take up the job again maybe, and she'll finally become a fighting member of the Scions and not just the coin keeper. Right, anyway, privately Tataru has long regretted her inability to assist her comrades in martial endeavours and thus sought to train as an arcanist. Yeah, alas, these efforts met with misfortune, including the escape of her carbuncle companion, and so she has since resolved to provide... It escaped. Okay. So she's resolved to provide financial support through trades such as mining and weaving. In so doing, she has become something of a master artisan, going so far as to establish her own boutique in Old Charlian. Yet she always manages to find the time to fashion new outfits for her Scion friends when they stand poised upon the threshold of the journeys new. So yeah, that little bit of extra text there at the end further makes us hope that she will eventually find her carbuncle and she'll realise, oh, I'm actually really super strong. The Scions of the 7th Dawn. The secret society was the product of a merger between the Circle of Knowing, led by Louis Soir Levelier, and the Path of the 12, led by Minfilia Ward. Following the 7th Umbral Calamity, working in concert with the leaders of Eorzea, the Scions strove to address the myriad of problems that plagued the realm, be it the godlike primals, the imperialistic Garleans, or the scheming Ascians, beings who have long shaped history from the shadows. As a means to achieve its objectives, the Society sought out those blessed with the Echo, a mysterious power with myriad manifestations, the most noticeable of which was the ability to walk in the memories of others. It was for this reason they extended an invitation to the Warrior of Light. On account of their contributions in dealing with several primals and the 14th Imperial Legion, the Scions' existence became public knowledge. Utilizing their newfound reputation, Alphonse Levalier founded the Crystal Braves and failed miserably and become a big depressing lump of shit who mourned throughout an entire expansion. However, the Society's activities had made it the target of monetarist factions of Uldar, and an elaborate betrayal by Alphanor's presumed allies resulted in the Scions being framed for the Sultana's assassination. Though branded fugitives and scattered for a time, they eventually learned of a plot within a plot that saw the monarch put into a deep slumber rather than slain, and succeeded in clearing their names. Metagon. No, that's all there. That's what it said. I'm just reading what it says. Their honor restored, the Scions went on to become key players in the liberation of Alamigo and Doma from Imperial rule, and after helping to avert the final days, they judged their mission fulfilled. So it was that they announced their disbandment, at least outwardly, and retreated from plain sight to labour in secret once more. The final days. This dreadful calamity befell the star in the distant past, when it was known as Aetheris. There was actually a question, if I remember, during one of the live letters, people saying, are they still going to call it Aetheris, or they're just going to go back to calling it Eorzea? I can't. A lot of the questions that Yoshi got answered, he was just like stepping around a lot of them. In that shining age, men had the power to manifest anything at will, even living beings, and through this miraculous creation magic, their civilization thrived. One day, however, following a keening sound from the land, their magics ran rampant, giving form to eldritch horrors born of fear and despair. Their blissful lives became a waking nightmare, and mankind was driven to the brink of extinction. The Convocation of 14. The people's chosen representatives observed that the phenomenon manifested where the celestial currents, the star's outermost flow of ether, had grown weak and stagnant. In order to address this deficiency, they summoned forth the mighty Zodiac to exert control over the laws of creation. Though this act demanded a high price, the sacrifice of half of mankind's remaining number, the vast majority willingly rendered up their lives, and thus were the final days forestalled. Over the intervening millennia, this star-encompassing calamity had faded from memory, but faced with its second coming and engineered by the Telothroi, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn embarked upon a desperate quest for the truth. At length, they discovered that an ancient named Hermes had created Meteon, a being capable of traversing the great expanse, to ascertain the meaning of life by seeking out other civilizations in the universal. Also, that's another thing. Obviously, when you finished the quest of Endwalker, Meteon brought everything back to life. So that also maybe includes all the other the other shards that were brought to ruin by the Ascians, maybe not, or only the civilizations that she discovered and her sisters. Let's see. Alas, Meteon and her sisters found naught but despair, driving them to conclude life was suffering and death the sole mercy. Fleeing to the edge of existence, they became the End Singer and proceeded to unleash the power of Dynamis, an esoteric energy set in motion by feelings to usher all stars to their doom. That life need not continue in vain. Despite seemingly insurmountable odds, the Scions held fast to hope, and amidst darkest despair lit the way for their champion as they confronted the ends. Also, there's a bit of dialogue I missed. I'll finish reading this first. Light the way for their champion as they confronted the Endsinger at her nest. And at the end of a fierce battle, they emerged triumphant and put an end to the final days once and for all. Yeah, there was all that questions asked, because if you speak, there's something I didn't do at the very end. Like, you had the quest to speak to everybody at the very end. But then if you spoke to someone else, I think it was a freaking... I can't remember who it was. I think I remember someone said if you speak to one of them, because obviously at the end after you fight with oh my god, why am I drawing a blank on everybody's names? Xenos. After you fight with him, there was a teleporter dropped in next to you and teleported you away. And if you spoke to one of the NPCs at the end, they reckon that was Xenos doing as his final act. To save your life. But during one of the live letters, there was a question asked, will Xenos return? And Yoshi P said that Xenos' body is now in a place where time doesn't exist. So he's forever going to be there. He's not going to decay. He's not going to rot away and disappear. He's not going to turn to ether and return to the live stream. He's just, his body is forever there. And Yoshi P did say yes, he's dead. But his body is still there. So, you never know, they might pull a trick of somebody possessing his body again. Who knows? The Unending Codex is now available under collection. New entries from prominent team terms and characters. Does that mean I've got to go around and speak to everybody all over again if I want to get an entry for them in the Codex? Holy shit. Thank God there's no trophy to complete it. New entries for prominent terms and characters will be added to the Codex as you progress through the main scenario quests. Okay, maybe not. Right, I'll be back in a minute, Taru. I'm gonna go sort this gear out first, so I look swanky for the new adventure. I don't know if I've got any more white dye left. Have I used it all? Die. I don't think I've got any pure white dye left. Can't remember if I dumped it in one of my retainers. I don't think I've got any left. It's usually expensive to buy it off the market board. In fact, you can't buy white, can you? White and black's the only two that you can't buy on the market board. You've got to buy them off the Mog Station, if I remember correctly. Because there's versions you can craft, but I don't think the white and black ones can be crafted. Yeah, but obviously the Snow White dye looks in comparison. That's not what I wanted. I haven't got any. And I guarantee on the market board, just for one, it'll be like 200, 300,000. It'll be stupid expensive. Na, 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 na. I wish they would patch in a function to mess with your glam stuff anywhere in the world. I hate that you've got to keep going to your like room to do it. It's pointless. Especially when you like get new gear and you put it on and you're in an area and you want to like apply the glam over the top of it. It's like, oh sorry, you can't do that. Pearl white dye. It'll not be as good as the pure white dye, I guarantee it. And I bet it's stupid expensive. I don't want to because I'm gonna be poor. I'll buy one. I'll buy those two. So can I do it here, right where I'm standing, right now? How do I do it? Instead of having to go... Then again, I have to go to the chest to put the items in, don't I? Like, you have to go to the cabinet in order to put the items in, can't you? Or can I do it from here? Is that being changed as well? Or do I have to go... No? Okay. Yeah, I was saying earlier, the Grand Company is the biggest disappointment. Like, because now, obviously, they've added in the freaking... I mean, I'm so glad they've done this, don't get us wrong. Where is it? Duty support. Like, you've now got this. And they've added in the function of Realm Reborn. So that now completely makes the squad dungeon runs pointless. If the AI of these is better anyway. If these three guys that you can run with, if the AI on them is better than the squad, which I'm guaranteeing it probably is, because the AI on the squad is... They are shit compared to the squad. The squad is still OP damage-wise. Nah, but the AI on the squad is just dumb as a bag of bricks. If the AI on these is better, then I'd rather go with it. I'd rather choose the AI over, oh, they're dealing a bit more damage. Because eventually they'll level out. Yeah. And then there's the whole... So it makes them pointless. And then on top of that, there's still... like, it feels like they've just completely abandoned the ranking system of the Grand Company. When was the last time they added ranks? Like, which expansion did they add ranks again? Because it's been a long, long time, hasn't it? Yeah. They've completely abandoned this side of things. Which is a shame. There's so much more they could have done with this. All they really needed to do, rather than, again, I'm glad they've done this, but all they really needed to do was add your squad mates to this, let you choose your squad mates, and improve the AI. I got no space because all the crafting stuff took up all the space. What can I remove? Waka waka. I got a lot of garbage in here. Garbage. But yeah, I've got literally... once I get me crafting jobs to 90, Because obviously when you get to 90, all the crafting jobs pretty much generally share the same crafting gear. So I can glam them all to wear the same. Then again, the way I've done it, like I've glammed all of me jobs, me crafting jobs. Where are we? There we go. Like all my jobs for my crafters have different glam. So that's my smithy. And they've all got different minions as well. I went the whole haul. That's my fishing. My armorer. My culinarian. And I made sure to get all of the tools from a Revenant's Toll. Because it's the only ones that, when you get them, they're massive. And you can dye them. All the ones that follow it are shit. Glam-wise, anyway. My goldsmith. My miner. My weaver. I think that's where I used the last of my pure white dye. I used it on this class. Derp. Alchemist. Oh, did I use it on the alchemist tool? Carpenter. The size of that. Bam! Unable to apply Glamour Plate 3, please ensure... Nanny? But it has applied it. Nanny? Okay. And then leather worker. So yeah, my chest is jam-packed with all of that stuff. All of my space has been took up by my crafting stuff. That's why we need more plates as well. We need more glamour plates because I'm out of plates. Wait, is there more plates? There's more plates! Yay! Thank the gods, because all my plates are full of the crafting jobs. Hey, five extra plates is better than no plates. I'll take it. That's 5 extra jobs I can glam. That's perfectly fine. So I've got all my crafting jobs. In fact, actually, it's you can get all your crafting jobs glammed, and then you're still left with about 10 for your fighting jobs. I mean, that's still a good chunk, I think. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you're left with 9. After you've done all the crafting jobs, you're left with 9 for your fighting based jobs. That's not bad. That's not bad. Still 9 of your main jobs you can glam up. And then if you don't even bother with any of your crafting stuff, you've got a full set of 20 there to do. So that's, again, every job can be glammed, pretty much. I think that's more. That's fine by me. Right. I still need to clear some space, though, because they haven't increased the cap on this. I wish they would increase the cap on this, though. I'm out of space. I can't store any more stuff. Right. Don't give a shit about that one. I'll keep that because I like that one. There's different script gear for each crafter and gatherer that I use. Not level 90 though. The level 90 one, there's just 2. One for crafting and one for gathering. As far as I remember. Unless they've changed that with a recent update, but yeah, they got very, very basic with it in the later crafting. There, in fact, I'll sort this out first before I go check. But yeah, the level 90 crafting script gear, there's just 2 as far as I remember. One for crafting and one for gathering. The only one where there's more is for the tools. But the armor, there's just 2 sets. What can I get rid of? What can I get rid of? What can I get rid of? I'm sure there was only 2. Hang on. Where are we? Where's it on? What the hell was it again? Bam, 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 bam. Where the hell was it? Oh, it was in the other side, wasn't it? Level 90 purple scripts. Oh. Has this been changed? I'm sure when I first came here there was only 2 sets. Or was that for the previous? Huh. Fuck. Shit. Ah, I need more chest space. Got no space. No idea. I am all out of touch with what's new in this. Just discovering it as I go. There was 5. I've got enough space to put the new stuff in just. No, I haven't. I need one more. One more. I need to remove one more item. The fuck was that for? Right, get rid of that. I'm never in my life am I ever gonna wear that, so get rid of that turd. Head and body. There wasn't a head piece for this, was there? It was just chest, gloves, and feet, wasn't it? Yeah, Wayfarer. Na 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 na. Boo boo boo. Nick. Bada-bum, bada-bum. Bada-bum. Alright, there we go. Right, so edit the glam. Need my glasses. Na, na, na. Can I increase the cursor speed of this? It's like slow as balls. So slow. Right. Wayfarer. Yeah, that armor literally reminds us of White Knight Chronicles. The start and adventure armor from White Knight Chronicles. Na, 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 Oh, you can't even see it. You can't even. It's obscured. I don't like it. No. It's shiny. It looks horrible. No, I just want pure white. I don't want to spend money. Boo. And that just looks bleh. Aww. Anyone want to buy some dye? I don't like that it's shiny. Why is it shiny? Boo! Fuck! Ah. Gee. Ah! Right. For now, I'll just do that. Die. Na, na, na. Ah, jeez. Right, try on. In. Na, na, na. Apparently, there's a character in this which I never noticed. I can't. I don't think I ever met him though. But there's a character in this who is from Final Fantasy XI. Zahara, something like that. It began with a Z. But yeah, he's apparently from Final Fantasy XI. I don't know if he was just introduced in this patch or if he's been there for a while during Endwalker. I saw a picture of him on Reddit. Right, so if I do that, bam. Ah, shit. Wait, what? How's that black? Nanny? How's that black? Ah, I'm not... Catch it a bit, Lou. Oh boy. Actually, I might keep them like that and make the gloves brown as well. Brown. Na, 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 na. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum, bum. I need pure white dye. I need pure white dye. Help me. So that's not bad. That's fine. I think I only bought one black dye, didn't I? Shit. Be back in a jiffy. Oh, the Wars of Glam. Put a market board inside of here, please. Wee, I'm gonna be poor. I can put the white dye back on the board, I suppose. I'm not gonna use that because it looks... But the black looks fine on the leather. So I think I'll put the white dye back on the board. Right, so I need one black dye. Yeah, so the only dyes you can get on the... Wait a minute. Am I just dumb? No, yeah, I was right. Yeah, the only ones you can get on the market board are the shitty, shiny one. Ah, there it is! Fuck! Ah, it's too expensive. I knew it was going to be expensive. Shit! Well, I don't mind the shiny black for the leather, because obviously it makes it look like shiny leather. But the white, too expensive. I'll get some later. I'm poor. I've only got 54,000 now. I'm just a poor man. Leveled all those crafting jobs. Still poor. Yay. Right, that'll do for now. So, character... One of my items were not melded. Many? Link oh! That's cool. So you can put different portraits per job. So that it does work like that. Good, 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 good. Yeah, that's cool. Link. Blah, blah. Link portrait. Yeah, that's cool. Good, 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 good. Let's see. So I change glamour plate link. And we'll set it to that. Link gear. Bam. There we go. We're ready for a new journey. The only shame is, obviously, I do remember this armor now. I remember, obviously, the artwork for the Newfound adventure. It's got your guy holding a backpack. I really wish that backpack was included as part of the glam. They could have easily done it, like just have it so the backpack's over the cape at the back. But it's fine as it is. I might glam a different scythe though, because the scythe is a bit... a bit too glowy. The annoying thing is, like, on a bunch of, like, I had a bad habit of, like, dyeing the items within the plate rather than dyeing them within the chests. Because obviously if you dye them within the chest, they'll stay dyed permanently that colour. Which is why some of them I have, once I got into that habit, like I've dyed those. So that's where all my freaking white went to. But then I haven't done it with a lot of the armour, which is a shame. In fact, no, I'll just leave it. I'll just leave it. Let the adventure continue. I've been doing this for too long. Remnant Soul. Eventually I'll take up the card game and work towards getting that mount, because there's a trophy behind that, isn't there? There we go. Right. Bountiful Ruins. Tataru has some advice to share with you. The former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions. As the former. Allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumours to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossiping, and the best place to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavne, I suggest you explore your options at Merides Main, the finest drinking establishment in Radatan. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now, I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Jasix, and may fair fortune find you. Bye-bye, Taru. Tataru's little side adventure is in this now, isn't it? Or is it coming in like the next patch? No? Later? What did I actually add? I'll have a look at the patch notes and see what was actually added, because I've not really paid much attention. FFX 6.1 patch. Right, new main scenario, blah blah blah. Chronicles of a New Era. Myths of the Realm. Role quests. There's a lot of stuff. It should. When playing as a different character in the instant quest battles, actions on the additional hotbar can now be rewritten. What? When playing as different characters in instant quest battle, alright. Actions on the additional hotbar can now be rearranged. Not that it matters. Well, I'm sure some people are like that. Character portraits have been implemented. Fates, treasure hunts. Grand and free companies. Crest editor. Ah, the one thing I really wish they would change with like free companies, is the option to have your company's crest show on your name, like the name above your head. 1.0, the original Final Fantasy 1.0 had that feature, but for some reason when Realm Reborn dropped, they got rid of that feature. So the character emblem thing is pretty much meh. I liked that you had it next to your character's name in 1.0. I don't know why they got rid of it. Let's say new craftable items, housing, lottery system for purchase on there. Mandeville Gold Saucer, new prizes. Yeah, you can now get the little pod robot as a mount in the Gold Saucer. New hairstyles. New items available in exchange for Fox slaves. Right. New emotes. Yeah, where do you get the new emote? Battle system changes. Yeah, so it's not actually in. Huh. I thought it was coming in this. Yeah, where do you get the new emote? Adventure waits for no man. Welcome to Meredith's Welcome to the pub! What can I get you? Ah, hello. Did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. SDD? Matt? Matt? Any? Ruins beneath the bounty. Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. But no but. Ah, there he is. Professor Jalin. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the Professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the unique beverages. Offer him a drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy from him is on the house, by the way. If Meho found out I took coin from Thavner's saviour, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Please rename your pub. Just call it the Slap and Pickle. Or something. Yes? The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending. Is this going to be one of those little mini games where I've got to butter them up? And what may I do for you, my Eosian friend? See, most people, like the general world populace, still refers to it as Eorzea. But obviously Eorzea is just the lands that we've been to. The lands beyond that, however. I want to ask you about the sunken vault bounty. Just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. Here we are. One of Neho's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Jalheen. Jalheen empty. I'm guessing it's Jalheen. And not Jalheen. It'll be Jalheen. Jalheen empties the cup in a single pull. That was very kind of you, sir. But I know when I'm being softened up. What is it you want from me? I'm after booty. Adventure. And more than I already have. Even though the world over knows me. Aha! Chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Al-Zadal? He was Khan of the RI tribe which sailed to Thavner from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Radzatan. His decision to aid the Arcasadora is what ultimately won them the war against the Gajsura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Alsdal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in Rads at Han's earlier days. Some attest that this man travelled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there is a tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzdal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the century since, my nose will not stop itching. Whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Rads at Han, folk would remember the tale of hidden treasure. Hearty souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in my... my cup appears to be empty. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. My Leal, another round for the Professor. I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another for the Professor. Oh, today was a splendid day to visit the man. Jalheen gulps down his newest drink with gusto. Where were we? Yes, those who did return from seeking the treasure vault flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lore grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azamar was saying. Azmar's a fellow connoisseur of spiritus portables. Yes. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't seen him since he set sail, I hear. But he did... no, I could say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. I'm no stranger to peril. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then. What manner of dangers have you faced? Oh my god, he doesn't know who I am! Don't you know who I am? The very edge of existence. From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Ale. More of the same, if you please. As you wish. This one is on your coin, Professor. Jalheen drains yet another cup dry. He's got a face plant on that table in a minute. Hello? Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Azim's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. What's his name? I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Belil, more drinks! Signal for water instead. Chuck it on his face. Stupid drunk. Your drink, sir. Ah, marvellous. I'm parched. Jalil gulps down the cup of water. Pfft, that was water. Did you tell her to bring me water? Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you for it in the morning. I seem to have overindulged. Putting in mind the words of Master Jalhad. Be wary how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me. I will subject you to no more of these unseemly, seemly antics. If you want to speak with Azma, well, as I said, we share taste for the machine fine spirits. You probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. You appear to have learned all that Jalil has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you'll need to locate a man by the name of Azma. You didn't give him water. Perhaps I should find myself a new pastime. I agree. The professor was able to help you, I hope. He was lying on the table, so he face planted. Yes, I am Azma, and who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Asdal's legacy, and I've been watching for his sails ever since. Asdal. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. That look in his eyes, I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Asdal III's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. So I'm guessing the next expansion we're actually going to go to another shard. This is going to tie into Y'shtola, because Y'shtola is trying to find means to visit other shards freely. Now, because obviously they can't go to other shards. They could only go there originally because obviously Graha spirited them there. But now that that method's gone and they can't do it anymore, Y'shtola's looking for means to do it herself. And I'm guessing this will tie into Y'shtola. Right, so yeah. I see in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavour. So I will tell you what my friend told me. How he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zashal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route. My friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty, and within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Alzal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. I'll probably find him. My friends!
Please, Ashal, please! You
Maybe
must
not.
let me have that treasure map!
Ragged waif. Wife? Waifu? Waif? Like, oh, there he is!
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
Yeah, this guy here.
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake?
Yeah, this Zashal. He's apparently from Final Fantasy XI. There's a character with the exact same name and looks exactly the same in Final Fantasy XI. So I'm very curious if they're going to tie the two worlds together. I wonder if one of the shards will be like a chunk of 11. Would be interesting. Would be interesting, because then obviously Final 11 now is, I mean, it's still got a decent player base. It still gets updates, but nothing like major. It doesn't get major updates anymore, but it still gets the odd little tidbit of extra content here and there, because it's just a very small team working on it now. But it would be interesting if they merged them in some way. Even if it was just like I said, you go to a shard, which is like a chunk of Final Fantasy XI, and then maybe you can meet Shantoto and everybody. But again, I've not played 11, and I've not played 11 in a while, and I don't know how far I got in, to be honest with you. I don't think I got to any of the expansions. Because at the time that I was playing, Dragoon wasn't a really sought after job for partying. And obviously in Final 11, back in those days, you had to play in a party. Nowadays, there's NPCs and that you can play with, as far as I'm aware. But back when I was playing, there was none of that. Back when it first launched on the Xbox 360, you had to play with other people. It's not as free compared to this.
What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name.
Yeah, I only know this guy's from 11 because of Reddit. There was a picture of him and his original character on Reddit. I don't think I
This
have
is
actually
no
met him
mere
in my
treasure
play.
map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
People are like,
This
sure.
is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly.
Huh. So that guy that just paid to know the location of the ruins is probably still at the ruins because he can't actually get in. Because he hasn't got that map, he couldn't afford it. So we'll probably meet him.
This map is the key to fabulous riches. And I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away.
Oh, he's full of shit. One or the other.
Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed had never returned with that treasure alive.
Why is it suddenly auto-texting? Stop.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim?
And now it's back to not auto-text. Weird.
How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map. Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoards they stand to uncover.
This guy's in on it. Oh, how? Woe is me. Oh. Yeah, he's full of shit. He's in on it. Snake salesman. Snake oil salesman. Oh. Hey, my buddy.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say?
He knows he's full of shit.
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
He's playing on your heartstrings. Don't fall for it.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
Well, you've just been screwed.
Well met, my friend.
Give me that map. Give it. You don't need it. Go back to Alpha now.
Someone is dressed for adventure.
Yay.
But why Thavner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping. Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
He's like, yank, bye! Just runs away.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
I must run away before you realise you've been scammed.
You needn't mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
Oh boy. So the young kid doesn't actually agree with
This
what
map
he's doing.
may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
I never took you for a treasure hunter.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavner what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove. Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits.
Is his voice different?
Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant.
Nah, no shit. Watch I bet you my warrior of light's face is going to be surprised here.
Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
Yeah, it sounds similar, but at the same, it sounds similar to his voice, but not quite the same. Maybe it's just because he hasn't done it in a while. I don't know at what point in time he voiced the lines for Endwalker. Because usually they'll just get them in and get them to voice it all in one go, I think. When it comes to the expansions. Naturally.
I thought as much.
Weird.
Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavnir at Vitra's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast and made his proposal once I was too full of Hanish's delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or trawler with a ship fit for open seas. Matsia is a fisherman by trade, yes. We should head to Akiali and see if he can help us. Ba, ba, ba. What the? I wonder if we'll go to a new area. I mean, guessing we are, because obviously we're looking for this treasure vault. But I mean, like a new area on the scale of like one of these areas. We shall find out soon enough. I'm sure I read that Yoshi P said that the content leading up to the next expansion is going to be pretty big. I am hoping to hire a ship, of course, rather than buy one. My funds would not stretch quite that far. That's why I need Alphanor. Mr. Moneybags. My friends, what brings you to our humble village? Need a boat, gives one? Now. Thanks. So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering it is your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favour. Wait here, and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. This is my favourite tune of Ian Walker. I really wish I could like learn my acoustic guitar so I can learn this tune. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. So yeah, armour, character models, grass and that, all eventually going to get a big visual overhaul. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beasts? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavner? You are, I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with Zashal, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done, and I beg you your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have... Well, we'd be... Enough. I knew your game, and I paid the price willingly. Fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You are kind to overlook the wrongs I have done you. But there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zashal selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, and about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Yeah, Yoshi P also said that a lot of characters from the previous story going forward won't have as much of a prominent role in things. He didn't specify which, but I'm guessing obviously fucking Rauban, Nanamore, fucking those sort of characters won't have as much of a role to play anymore, maybe. Because obviously you're going to go to a whole new land and start a whole new story. And this is just the start of it. Obviously, I'm guessing that most of the Scions will still be with you. But again, I don't think they'll have a huge role to play going forward. I think they're going to slowly introduce a whole new cast of party members. Obviously, at the minute, we've got Estinian, but for how long he sticks with you. Like, it might just be a case he's just here for this patch section. And then the next patch section will be Y'shtola, maybe. And then the next patch section will be someone else. And then eventually you go to a whole new land, and it's a whole new set of people. Maybe. We'll just have to find out. I do not doubt the runes hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... Now you've got to make him cry. I did not. That was not my intention. Very well, assuming we do find this treasure, it may prove wise to have more hands along for the carrying. Any ideas whom to approach? The Scions have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. I'm gonna guess we're gonna spend this patch slowly getting everybody back together. Who shall we choose? Unless there's a different there's a different path. Like, I can only choose one, and then I'm stuck with that choice throughout. Or I'll choose one, and then eventually we'll choose another, then another, then another, until everyone's back together. Because they did start to do some small story splits in the last expansion, where, depending on your choice, things would play out differently. Like, obviously, when you're in your room at night, and you hear a knock at the door, you can choose every single Scion member and have a different cutscene with each one of them. I chose Alize for mine. There's a video on YouTube that shows all of them. There was one or two other choices throughout the expansion which changed how things played slightly, but obviously eventually everything funneled back to the same point. I kind of want to get Alphino and Alize, but they're busy with yeah, I suppose Graha, because we did promise to take him on my next adventure. But at the same time, Y'shtola might be interested, because obviously we know she's researching ways to get back to the other, to be able to traverse other worlds. And since we know that apparently the treasure revolving around this is apparently rumoured to be from another world. Yeah, let's go with Graha and Kryl, as we did promise. Kryl may have her hands full rebuilding the students. But if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes, if that man is as strong as you. Is he though? Strong, I mean. What is your name, boy? Merhad, sir. Well, Merhad, your life is yours to live as you will. but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do. What choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian. Estinian is... I think he is not as gruff as he makes out to be. He's a big softy. Friends for the road. Estinian is ready to escort Merad to safety. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too, Merad. Do me a favour and don't stray from the path. Ah, look who it is. Welcome back, Jasix. What might the students do for you? Seen Graha anywhere? Adventure. Graha? Yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Cryle. They've been hauled up in there for days. By all means, won't give them an excuse to take a break. My friends, I bring adventure.
Ah, Urgika, my good man.
Welcome back, Lou.
Would you be so kind as
Jazz.
to...
Yo. Alright.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
How's the restoration of the students coming on?
Slow and steady. Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We were able to locate several accounts in the archives of Numenon, but the bulk of our documents was lost along with the Isle of Fowl.
But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around? The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition? I would dearly love to accompany you, of course. but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
Is he gonna go all shiny eyes?
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
Your settings must have changed as your cutscenes had no voices. What? Look at his eyes.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already.
Adventure! Away!
Have you asked anyone else to come along? Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
Yup.
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she's spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Gooble Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Sharlayan the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenon. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say. Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger. He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loporrits are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
The more the merrier.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
Is that other matter a side quest or something to do now? Or later? When you're finished with your treasure hunt, do come back and visit me. I think you'll be very interested in this request we've received. I'm interested now. I want all the adventure. She's asleep. Well, she wasn't hard to find, at least. Just zonked out on the books. Installer. Wake up! Oh, sleepy.
I've never known Y'shtola to doze off in the middle of research before.
No. Na, na, na. Oh, yeah, Twitch.
Close my eyes for one moment.
So. Ow! Ah, missed it!
How long have you two been here?
Long enough to hear you snoring. Catching up on some light reading.
Something to that effect. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me. As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past.
Well, do we have news for you? You wasted your time. We found it and you didn't.
A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it.
Well, we found a rumour of someone who apparently managed to do it, at least.
So I promised Runar. But 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
And the lives of many people. See it in everyone. In that. So, yeah, we also know there's a multiverse as well in this, because obviously the Crystal Exarch of Shadowbringers did the hop from a world that was destroyed by Black Rose. Thanks to the efforts of Sid and everyone.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me?
We may have found a rumour of a way to actually traverse worlds, or someone that managed to do it anyway. Adventure.
Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Now.
Achiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
She just bolts out the door. Yay! Poor robot's got to clean that up. Now, last time Urianger was here with him, because obviously they're traveling together. So I'm guessing he'll still be here, but he'll be like, I'm not going to come with you. Busy. Or maybe he will. There's a couple of side quests popped here after you beat the main game, and I've not done them yet. I don't see Thancred anywhere. Was he not supposed to be travelling with Urianger? I visited Labyrinthos on 7 occasions recently, but I've not set foot in Thalmazane since the days we boarded the Ragnarok.
Ah, our illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure.
Yeah, see? Why you gotta wear that garb? This lullaby strutted up, kitted up in all of our fancy glam. Not the simple things.
I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
How do you know? Wasn't Thancred with you?
He left to attend to some personal errand, but should be returning ere long.
And you'll not be here.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperites had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperites now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts. Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon.
Wait, they've changed
so
the moon?
earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation.
Oh my god, imagine, Gold Saucer moves to the moon, and it's just, the whole moon surface is just lots of little mini-games all over the place. That's where Blitzball take place, in space!
But what of you, my friends? Why are you coming
Is
to
it the map
Labyrinthos?
party stuff, is it? It takes place up there. I've not done a one yet. I've done all their ones with Lullaby and that, but I've not done the new one.
This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation.
Me.
How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Realm Reborn.
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
No, bye.
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
You're looking well.
That's because we didn't travel by experimental etherite. It's astounding what a lack of nausea does for one's sense of well-being. In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seen fit to gather? Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loperites.
course. And if you have a Stinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Bye.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
She's just got a big troll face on right now.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Let's see now. Ah, the thrill of imminent adventure. I never tire of this feeling. Just imagine the possibilities. In my travels, I spied many a child wandering alone, orphans, in all likelihood, though homes razed by beasts and blasphemies can be rebuilt. The void left by those we have lost cannot be easily be filled. I send you to Rukra High and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsia's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to stay clear of the reefs in the shallows there. Aye, we will keep an eye out. Despite his misgivings, I wager Merad remains in that merchant's employ. I will pray to Sol Sandrova for your safe return. May the wealth of her blessings guide you to the treasure you seek. Asdal's legacy. Asdal's legacy. Alzadal III. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasures he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. What a perfect cutscene. Can I have some sun, please? Asdal's Legacy, a new regular... we're just going straight into a dungeon. Okay. One can only spend so many days hunched over a desk before it begins to take its toll. A spot of vigorous exploration is exactly what I needed. The treasure vaults of Satrap will surely be filled with diverse traps and devilish deterrents. Caution is paramount. None who enter these ruins come out alive. Well, we shall see about that. I'm aware that this story about an otherworldly journey may be just that, a story. But even the wildest tale often contains a few grains of truth, and that is worth investigating. For the sake of interest, I'll bring along Ishtola.
I stand ever ready. I stand ever ready.
Ah, come on, you're an all-rounder. Oh, wait. Never
Our
mind.
fates are not yet sealed.
I can't do it anyway. Fuck.
I stand ever ready.
I wanted to bring Estinian along as well. Never mind. We'll bring along all the nerds. Na, 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 na. Average aim level 560. I'm guessing this is the only dungeon for this patch content. Ooh. Swampy. Monkey. Time for my crap rotation. This music reminds us of Jade Cocoon for some reason. Oops. Oh, I remember. That. What a tune remix.
Hold still.
My rotation is garbage. Actually, now it's reminders of Crash Bandicoot. First it was Jake Cocoon. What the heck? What the hell are these? Bush people! Let's see. This aisle is where we find the vault's entrance. Malibras. Forgot about the ultimate. Whoopsie. That's the one. Rotation is garbage. I'll get back into it eventually.
Allow me.
That's it, that's it. I'm getting it, I'm getting it.
Hold still.
The glyph works its magic once more. An invisible spell removed, mayhem. Squid? With a jousty? Okay, they don't seem to have anything to say about this. My, what dense ether this creature has. 'Tis a rare breed of jellyfish, one with a sting, I imagine.
Allow me.
I will not hold back.
Be gone!
Fire, don't lock on!
Be gone!
Something special for you.
Away with you! Gloves are off.
Allow me.
Oh shit, I might die. Heal me. Istala! Why is the healer sucking? They're like totally
Something
dipped to the
special
AI.
for you.
I will not hold back.
Ah, jeez. I'm gonna get used to my button placement again. Might that device be our sought after entrance? Wait, no. Alright, there we go. Because here went no treasure. What is this? There's a chest there. Darbar Heart of Casting. I bet you it's... High level 575. I mean, it's a step above some of the gear that I've got, so I could put it on the stuff that I didn't get the 580 for. So I could actually put it on that. But I'll do it once I'm done. Because then I'll be stuck with a weird looking hat. Salt encrusted teleporter. Whee! Oh, we're going in. Splush. Teleporter bears you deep underwater. Ooh, fancy. Glyph of passage detected, confirming bearer's identity. Hello?
Hold still.
Ooh, look at that fancy swirly portal in there. The bar ring of healing. Oh. Unrecognized ethereal signature. Brazen thief, you will proceed no further. Hello. What are they doing?
Make ready!
Holy crap. That's a lot of fish.
Something special for you.
Ah, come on. I'm guessing we'll meet the guy that came here, but without the map. Love this tune. It's the perfect tune because it's a new adventure. The bar earrings of casting. Locating denizens. Opening portal. Ah.
Be gone!
That crab's got a crown and it's gold. Gold! Claw Trap Alzadal the 14. Right. Holy crap, that's a lot of crabs. Should see a doctor about that. You are really quite serious about this consulting role of yours. Oh, hang on. I must needs memorize these defenses. You are really quite serious about this consulting role of yours? That was a Urianger Nistola. Boop. Armored Chariot. The key guardians appear mechanical in nature. Please remember to heal whilst you take notes. Yes, please heal. Thanks. Because your healing in that last one sucked. Turn back, Treasure Seeker, or this vault will be your tomb.
Something special for you.
Getting tricky. I got my wings clipped there.
Something special for you. Hold still. Make ready! Be gone!
Whoa. I got clicked there.
Hold still.
Your greed will prove your undoing. Attack routines, behavioral patterns. There is much to report. I only hope the Loporits do not misinterpret the data. Also, why is the text of whatever it is that's speaking blue backdrop? That's the same as the Omega. Not Omega, it's the same as the robot race. I'm forgetting their names. Ones that built Omega. And also the bosses are all robots as well. Mountains of gold to dazzle the eye.
We shall overcome this.
Noted. I'm just going to be singing throughout this entire dungeon.
Make ready!
That's one thing I'm forgetting about. Me freaking dot. Me buff for like increasing me dot. I've completely forgot all about that. Duh! Okay, I remember now. I'm learning.
Hold still.
Ooh, look at all the booty. Was there any treasure chest? No. Oh, there's one in here. Asdal's Akra, secure the treasure. Secret doors, hidden paths, more elements to consider. Ere long, you should be a veritable vault expert. Ooh, shiny floor. Flee or be feed for what? Feed for something. Feed for the fish, maybe? Oh shit, fucked up. Oops. Oopsie daisy. Ah, come on, let me open it. Give me these treasure chests. Ah, fuck me! I legit jumped a mile there. I got a fright in a Final Fantasy 14 dungeon. What the fuck?
Together we shall overcome this.
Gloves are off. Forgot to open with my dot as usual. I'll get there, I'll get back in the swing of things.
Hold still. Hold still.
What's the boss gonna be? Ooh. Looming Warden. Capiculu. Tis wrapped in aether imbued silks, no mere adornments then. Warning, this vault is under my protection. Failure to withdraw will invite chastisement. Spin and fumble, stumble and fall. Whee! Ah, God. Leave now and live. This is your final warning. Those silks fashioned by alchemy, I suspect. We regroup and counterattack. They always add some interesting mechanics to every dungeon. Colossal surge of ether. Right, okay, so bombs will drop from one of our collide targets. Willful trespass confirmed. You have chosen death. All intruders will be slain. Ah, you burn now, Weaver.
I will not hold
Just
back.
let me catch
Together
my
we
breath.
shall overcome this.
Allow me.
Enchanted fabric saps our very strength.
Away with you!
Hold still.
Yeah, he's always targeting the horror. Easy peasy. I like the spinny mechanic. That's cool. Yeah, the Trust wants to show you the first way. You usually pick it up straight away. As soon as you see what they do once, you're like, alright, so that's why they're moving there. I mean, I saw them move to the green cord and I had no idea why, but then I saw the bomb drop and immediately I knew. So you still have to figure bits and pieces out yourself. The bar trousers are striking.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Break it.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Ah.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies.
Was he aware of this place the whole time?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Damn right we have. Give me the booty.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
I wasn't going to touch it, but you know, it's stole her. Oh.
You and I will speak later.
It wasn't me. It was a Justinian. He was the one that said it. He just made himself sound like me.
Not the time for frivolity, my friend. Not the time.
Shh. Normally I'm serious. For once I decided to be joke. I am joke.
This something of which thou speakest, might it be some manner of threat?
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Beep boop. Void goop? Stola smiled.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
Why did Stola smile? Everyone else was like, and she was like, She sees portal. She sees means.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, This is a functioning gate into the void.
Oh, yeah. So the next expansion is going to be more voidy. Would make sense. It makes sense, because it's one thing that the game does deal with very lightly here and there. And obviously we had that little dream or cutscene at the very beginning where something came out of the void and said, I have returned tomorrow. Can such a tiny portal truly be so dangerous? Whatever that thing was that came through the void, I'm guessing it stayed at bay because of Zodiac and Heidel, and now that they're both gone, it's free to return. I came here in search of something that might further my research. I did not anticipate a fully functioning void gate. Even in the learned halls of Sharlayan, 'tis forbidden to throw wide the gates to the abyss. The peril is far too great. I expect you have more questions. Fuck you, I'm going to the gate, see? Oh. I've already been in. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. Fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanisms put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. Ah, yeah, those two that stayed behind in the void. Did they die, or did they just stay behind in the void? I wonder if we'll see them again during the Crystal Tower quest line. You may now enter as like say, party NPCs to make use of this feature. Blah, blah, blah. Perhaps I might linger a touch longer. Even in the learner... Right, he's just repeating. A brother's grief. Ystola is appraising the void gate with a scholarly eye.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Meracidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them.
Look who it is.
Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities.
Who's the one on the left? Who's the one on the left? I can't remember. Obviously we know the one on the right and the middle, but I can't remember the one on the left. Looks like a Kojin. Slightly.
In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength.
Yes, and eventually we're going to find her in there, but she'll be corrupted.
I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I wonder how, again, it's going to be hard for the top. Obviously the Zodiac and Heidelin story arc, because obviously that was about the whole of existence coming to an end, ultimately. And obviously now we're going into the Void, so this could be the next major catastrophe where the Void starts to greatly bleed over into our world. Like portals start popping up all over the place. And that's going to be the next big major struggle. Whoever that was that came through from the Void during that scene where Tataru was making my new outfit. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya.
And this is what you did.
Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure.
So I'm guessing this is going to be also a means to getting to other shards through the void. Because I'm guessing the void will be present in all shards. And it'll not be bound by the same rules.
It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used a simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her.
Ah, right, so that's how he came up with a means to cross. And that's how he came up with the simulacrums.
What I found was a host of void scent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. It was but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Razathan and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy sibling scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
I remember when Nero turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
And we just so happen to have some. But they were made to ward off fucking Dynamis. Wasn't it they were made to ward off Dynamis, or just to protect from fluctuations when when emotions around started going crazy?
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection.
Looks like we're going into the void.
So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course.
Ishtar's like, no, don't!
I wish only to forget the rest.
Oh yeah, the one. Oh yeah, that was it. Yeah, the one protection for normal people that didn't have the protection of the echo to stop them from getting enthralled. That was it. Yeah. And I thought it also afforded them a protection from Dynamis as well. I can't remember. I wonder how one of the first brood could simply vanish and leave no trace of her passage. Now I have my answer. Vitra's grief for a lost sibling will be no mystery to Stinian. His hath been a life entwined with sorrow, even before he became host Nidhogg's in essence. The 13. What chaos must consume that world? Chaos! Millennia have passed since last I saw her, but I see Azjara in memory still, clear and vivid. So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the Guardians you so handedly destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. Ah, my apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we will be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Radzatan. While I am loath to keep Kryl waiting much longer, I cannot bring myself to leave before hearing more of Vitra's tale. 'Twas a most enjoyable expedition, for which I am grateful. As for mine evaluation, I shall impress upon the Lobberits that the treasure vault is incomplete without daunting sentinels to test the mettle of any would-be intruders. There is much about the Void Gate that I cannot even begin to explain. I must convince Vitra to share everything he knows. Vitra speaks as if Azdaja is a lost cause, but I wager he feels differently in his heart of hearts. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to matters of the Vault's sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Capiculu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me they're blasphemy yet roams free. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I swear. Shifty eyes. Why, such guilty faces. Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see to it done immediately. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions. I bet you whoever that entity was that appeared here will now be in that room. Now that it's unguarded and the seal's not there anymore. Well, I mean, I think the seal's still there. I think he put the seal back on when he put the lid. But all, like, the wrappings and that aren't there anymore. I don't know if that makes a difference. I think it is because during that boss, they said the wrappings were woven in their ether. And I think that was a key part of the seal. So the seal's not 100% in the minute from the looks of things. So I'm guessing maybe whatever that thing was at the beginning of this will now be heading for that vault. Quite a few questions, in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state it would admit only the lowliest of void scent. And from this side no man would be able to pass through. No man? I should think Alphinaud would fit, given a firm enough push. In you go, Alphinaud. For the good of the land. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeed in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Azdaja, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus had the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the cloud of darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken and the doorway is severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void sent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. Or maybe we're going to forge a pact with whoever that was that came through the void, but at some point they'll betray her. You seem to have struck a bargain of your own, Jasix. Though it serves you well in battle, be aware that the beneficial nature of your arrangement is the exception which proves the rule. So I wonder, if I hadn't unlocked Reaper, would this little bit of dialogue not be there? And obviously it just so happens that I'm playing as Reaper at the moment, so yeah. I'm wondering if you didn't have Reaper equipped at this moment, or if you hadn't unlocked it, if you wouldn't get this dialogue. Wasn't in yours? Did you not unlock Reaper? Or not have it equipped? Either or. Not on this character? Yeah. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the bounty gate. Perhaps you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. Ah, I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? We seek a means to traverse to the other shards, fractions, doofdabbles, dingbobbles. It was all a Stingian's idea. I'll be serious with this one. To see if the legends were true. As you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumoured origin, but I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Loporrits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Charlian as well. Mistress Kryl was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. You may now undertake the Chronicles of a New Era quest series, Myths of the Realm. Speak with the fresh-faced student at the Baldessian Annex to accept the first quest. I hope you enjoyed the expedition at least. Otherwise, it was a heavy hearse to pay for a treasure map leading to a treasure we couldn't keep. Where did your Stolan go? I guess she bolted straight for the vault. The difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Anything to make up for the construct we broke. Then think of your employment as recompense. Serve me as guest advisors and I will consider the broken constructs paid for in full. Jasix and I are in this together. I will follow his example. Meanwhile, elsewhere, there's always a meanwhile. Ah. Clangy armor. Who is it? Oh shit! Unleash chaos! Hello? Is that you, Mr. Garland? It is, isn't it? Oh my lordy, it is, isn't it? Throne of Earth. I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not intended from this side. It was opened from the other. Or instigated. I think I know who that is already. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have waited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate he who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Bah! Let him come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling grasp for breath at his final moments. Void elements. Knight in black, your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back to our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. Oh damn! 'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. I wonder if this is why they didn't... I wonder if this is part of the reason why they didn't want you to show the ending of Final Fantasy Origins. Strangers of Paradise. It didn't show this in that game, but obviously we know it was obviously based around Chaos and Garland and all that. Oh, damn. Yes, we know who that is. I think it's him anyway. Looks like him. Sharing the wealth. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasures wisely, then we must first determine which group would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. I just searched Reddit. Is that Black Knight fucking Garland? Are we going to kill Chaos? Hang on. Okay. I'm not gonna read. Thankfully, the first pause blacked everything out. It says warning for spoilers if we haven't finished. I'll just play it till the end. I don't want to spoil it for myself, but I think that's Mr. Garland. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Jasix, I hope, Jasix, you are to visit Akyali and Yadlimad. Speak with Matsuya and his people, and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you do the same at Palak's stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant's Gall grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduta. There's no more dungeons or anything now, though. It's just running back and forward and doing cutscenes, isn't it? I mean, there might be another dungeon, I don't know. Is there? Usually with each patch content, there's usually just one dungeon. Unless we'll have a trial fight, maybe. Ah, Jasix. I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat, then? Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kazal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's struggling to rebuild their lives, but now we're just banding together as best as we can. What do you need? Tell me your needs. I need to save up 300 gold saucer points so I can get the Neopod mount. Like, nah, screw it. They're really just there. Just fly. They're wasting money. Doesn't cost much, but it mounts up. Hello. I got new stuff to put on, didn't I? You are currently... okay, never mind. The 575 stuff isn't statistically as good as this stuff. Never mind. Greetings and welcome, traveller. If this is your first visit to the Thavnir, then you must try my special armor lassie. The refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally, I'd part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you, I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. Stealing? At that price, you're the only thief around here. I am not a Estinian. Still not turning a profit these days. Times are harsh, my friend. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sister, spare me, we might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travellers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy it at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. Ooh, we're going to go speak to our friend in the hut. Oh, no we're not, never mind. Guild staff. Hello? Lissai. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. And to that, the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kazgal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done. God's rest his soul. You've spoken with the key looker figures. Blah, 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 blah. Megaliduda. Duta Megala. Take me to the Megaladuta. The toot-toot-doot-doot. place with a silly name. Ah, shit, Estinian was there. No, dialogue. Precious dialogue. Ah, my advisor's returned. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least. And there are a few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakstand were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they preserved with some assistance from Yedlimad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provided for their needs for the most part. Palakstand has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavnair has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade, so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Aklia and Yedlimad? There's no trade coming in from the oceans. I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlimad. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beast sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome. But we will not. Jasix Estinian, I will consider the perspectives you brought me, and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in my attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
I thank you for your attendance.
Probably couldn't hear that there, me. Was that like clanking against the mic?
The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadar's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware.
Right, sorry about that. I had to quickly help with something. Right, no more spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this I am well aware.
But an absence was created by the loss of Kalzal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
Get that kid and his companion to become the new leaders. That's probably what's going to happen. Make them do an honest job.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. The simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Idleshire's orphanage was funded through trade in highly coveted goods.
Of course, we can draw on trading profits to build a new institution. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage.
Taxes.
Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Why not honor one of your most successful merchants?
A successful merchant? I believe I see thy reasoning. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Murad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Khalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. I'm reminded of Ishgard.
Meanwhile? Another meanwhile? Bridging the rift. Thank you for putting forth Khalzal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort at seeing his legacy honoured. You'll forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Ishtola. She's asked you to meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Ishtola must have finished her study in the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting the foundation. My clerks have been well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ahuan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. You can find your way to the High Crucible, I trust. I must rejoin my units and assist with bringing the city's orphans under our care. I probably should have just paid for 30 days. Like, I paid for 90. I definitely didn't need it. Because I doubt there's going to be a next major patch anytime soon. So I probably just should have paid for 30, because I'm not going to be playing every single day again. Once I finish this, I'll be back on to Spider-Man. I'll just be popping on every now and then to do the extra stuff. Like that other thing that was unlocked. Oh, what was the other thing that I unlocked again earlier? I forgot. It said I had to speak to somebody somewhere. I forgot. Here. For one who claims it is too late to save his sister, Ritra seems awfully interested in whatever revelations Istola might have to share. Was it the Allied trade? Yeah, I'll probably do that run through once and then that'll be that. Like I say, I'm not interested in grinding for in-game gear anymore. Literally beat everything once and that's me happy. Shall we hear what your scholarly comrade has to say? No.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the void gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics.
Stin's like, hurry the fuck up.
From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first.
And I saw all the crystally doodads. Visions of us all being dead from the Crystal Exarch's time.
You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway.
And that is our mean.
Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voids sent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power.
Tutorial time.
To call upon such an entity, The prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner.
Was that one of more powerful guys who is too large for that? Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner.
Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first.
Ah.
And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th.
That's going to be a key thing, isn't it?
Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
He still has made up my mind.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Yeah, we're going to the void.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
Fine by me, I'll kick their asses.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
So much for taking it easy. In fact, count on me. Na, 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 na.
I had a feeling you might say that.
Fist bump.
Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
Nose, nose, wing, wing.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzatan, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daymir was overseeing the project.
Daymir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
Who?
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daymir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
with Graha's favorite place to sneak around.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Yes, ma'am.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Khalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Join us. Join us. As well as all, as well as all. How much more time do you think I have to go? Like, how many more quests? And how much time do I reckon? Because food is ready. If we're to enter Numenor's restricted archives with minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What of Scholar Montesquieu? He did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. It's settled. Let us head to the phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Ishtarla is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave Ishtarla behind by entering different areas or by speaking with maybe we start Ishtarla accompany you again. Is there going to be any little spots for to have a chat along the way, or is it just run there? So obviously with the expansion they like having those like blue areas on the floor for you to have a little bit of extra dialogue. Is there any of them along the way? Obviously there's more than one way to get there, so I'm worried I might pass them. Na 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 na. Doesn't look like it. Oh wait, no, there he is there. Is that new? Like there's a little speech bubble on the mini-map. Was that always like a thing to let you know where they all were? I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and laboured under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louisoix took him off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. Sometimes I wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Should I wonder as well? Ah, never mind me. 'Twas just an idle thought. Let's see what the other option was. You know anything about when they follow you, you have minions like always in front, see? Always at the same place. So it's always like covering their face. Tea at the last stand after a day of lectures. Ah, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one could get. But it was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. I Okay, that option's much better. There was a whole lot more dialogue. If I was pressed to name our allies in the forum, Scholarch Montagen would certainly be at the top of the list. Hopefully he has agreed to aid us with our request. Ah, visitors. Quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Scholarch, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh, no furtive forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? We want to open a void. Big crazy smiles on my face. We want to open a void. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumptions is correct, the research left behind by House Dermere has lain dormant in Charlene's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void? No, not at all. That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echoes of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Marvellous! An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the whereofs, I, for one, do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. So no reason not to present your request to the forum's consideration. Although your petition would be better received if you had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Forsnall, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Forsnall on our side would tip the balance in our favour. Very well. We will pay a visit to the Leveleur estate and plead our case. Ah, one last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favour if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager. So if you could see your way to indulge an old man's curiosity. Of course, Scholarch. We will be sure to pass on any revelations. The forum can be a cantankerous beast. One need a persuasive voice to get it moving in the desired direction. Stupid tables. I wonder when we'll see Meteor again. We know she's here, flying around, watching over everything. Guessing this is where it'll... I know the new trading, like, weekly deliveries is the mother. The Lebelier mother. I forget her name. I don't know. Ah, Master Jasix, Mr. Zistola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Forsnold. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. He looked familiar. Well, well. Amelians would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss? Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. It's dark. Why is it always dark when I'm in a cutscene? Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scholar Arkmontian expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you, will not attempt to circumvent the Forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister. She was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over... I bet you one of those people that Garland was sitting chatting with, one of those elements, I bet you one of them is his sister. Watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days. Loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones, and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The Forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decisions to you at Valdesian Annex. The matter is out of our hands. All that remains is to return to the Annex and await word of the Forum's decision. Please do come again. We are always glad to receive such close companions of the twins. They've got their own stuff to deal with. I don't think I'm going to see them for a while. I'm busy helping the Garleans rebuild. Alright, that's how you start the big raid, isn't it? I've just realised they've patched it so when you teleport they still follow you. I forgot about that. Originally when the expansion dropped, if you teleported through the Aether currents in the city, it would reset the people following you, so they wouldn't be following you anymore. So thankfully they fixed that because it was pretty dumb and annoying. Because it forced you to manually run around. Which I didn't mind, because obviously there was bits of dialogue lying around for you to find as well. So what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Sharlayan, and salted the earth for good measure. And it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question. Well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. Holy shit! That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, I am sure you are aware this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavour, and bid you good day. Bye. Nice to see you. Dick. Never the same, that one. Uncompromising, aye, but that very stoicism, I forget how you pronounce that, is exactly what Sharlayans need to guide it through not one, but two exoduses. I think it's stoicism. Stoic. If I were but 5 years younger, I'd cast aside my lectern and join you on your adventures in a heartbeat. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Demer's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. I'd like to set out as soon as you're ready. Restricted reading. Mondashane is waiting to offer you further instructions. You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume? You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Ah, it was my pleasure. Believe me, may you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? The stars now accompany you. Yeah, so there's not like loads of random bubbles dotted around this time. There's just one at the entrance. Is Puddingway still reading his book? Is he still hanging around outside reading his books? Yes, he is. I guess my pudding wasn't needed to stop the final days after all, but I preserve, once people taste it, they'll be even happier than they were before the apocalypse started. I just know it. You do you, Puddingway. To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagined may actually exist but yalms away from where you found me napping. If I had known that Alzal's III's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Come along, Jasix. Newfound is, and its forbidden wisdom awaits. Alright, calm down. Calm down, lady. Index page. Archon Istola and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Follow me, if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Burn it all to the ground.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
I'll leave you to it. Bye! So many books I've yet to read. Yes, we're here for one specific volume. You needn't remind me. I bet you she pinches a few. I bet you she comes across some books of interest and she pinches them. I bet you. And we'll find out later. It leaves an opening to some extra plot here. Waity to him. In the year 1564 of the 6th astral era, the Amaljar summoned Ifrit, their patron god. Accounts describe the being as a gigantic lizard-like being with a potent command of fire-aspected magics. If we consider the primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is unsurprising, if not expected, that the resulting deiform entity should manifest the appearance and powers with which it is attributed by its worship. What then might emerge from the aether should one who believes in an almighty omniscience attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence? Some other embodiment of divine sagacity? Would this man-made god truly be all-knowing? And if it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world. With no spell to transport me back to the days of old, could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age? yet with no means to verify its pronouncement. How could one be certain they were true? Though your mind spins with the possibilities discussed therein, this does not seem to be the volume you are seeking. These are not the volumes you are looking for. Wanting. The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Newshad, the 9th Patriarch of House Dermer. We present these research notes to the faculty of Sharlayan Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. You appear to have located the forbidden volume you seek. Stola will need to make the final confirmation. Can I still enter? Ah, there was another volume I would have liked to have read. Never mind. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by its contents. Well done, Jasix. I think you may have found our prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about.
Story time.
Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard.
Right, before I continue, I'm going to be back in a second. I'll grab my food so I can just nibble on it while I'm going through this. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I may have to open my window. It's getting hot in here. Great. Let's continue while I munch. Right, so among the ranks of the voids... among the ranks of the Void Sent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atmos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard.
From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations.
I know what they're going to do. I know already. Because obviously Vitra said that they made a vessel. Like the puppets basically that the one that he's the Varshan that he's using to walk around with and see the world. So he doesn't have to fly around and scare people. And he mentioned that they made a one. I wonder if it's the same vessel or if it's a different vessel. He didn't specify if it was the one that he's using at the minute or if it was another one. But they said that they made a man-made void sent. And so that's what they're going to end up doing here. They're going to make a man-made Atomos, aren't they? And that's going to be our portal into the void.
Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate.
Yep. So we're going to make a man-made void Atomos. We're going to have it consume the fissure that is currently sealed away in that vault. And that's going to be our portal.
Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos.
Yeah.
How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon void scent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves. Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
What was that? Ah, right, there's a bunch of codex stuff. Ah. That's a lot of reads. I mean, we don't need to refer to these. We'll read them another time. However, we will read the 7th Umbral Calamity. The 7th Umbral Calamity. The history of Eorzea is marked by a repeated cycle of devastation, Umbral errors, and prosperity astral errors. The first 6 astral error were each preceded by a calamity corresponding to one of the 6 elements. Remember the Void, when that guy that's clearly Garland was speaking to those elements. Following on form, the Calamity of Wind, which ushered in the first astral era. The Calamity of Lightning brought destructive thunderstorms. The Calamity of Fire, withering droughts. The Calamity of Earth, devastating earthquakes. The Calamity of Ice, an endless winter. And the Calamity of Water, a land's consuming deluge. With all the elements accounted for, many scholars convinced themselves that there could not be another calamity, that the 6th astral era would last indefinitely. Alas, the 7th Umbral Calamity would indeed befall the land, triggered when the Garleans, Garlean Legatus Neil Vandalis saw the Meteor Project to fruition. Dalamud, Hydaelyn's lesser moon, was plucked from the heavens, and upon its arrival above central Eorzea, it split apart to reveal the elder primal Bahamut, who, in a fit of anger, laid waste to anything and everything around him. However, owing to the countermeasures enacted by the Archon Louis Soir, the realm was spared complete annihilation, and after the ashes had settled, underwent a remarkable rebirth. 5 years on from that fateful day, the forces of the Eorzean line succeeded in defeating Legatus Gisvan Belsar and his occupied 14th Imperial Legion. Though other threats still remained, this victory marked the turning point in the fortunes of the realm. And so it was proclaimed that by the light of the crystal the 7th astral era had come, and the realm was at last truly reborn. Realm reborn! And the rest we can just refer to as we're going if we need to. I will read them all at some point, just a bit too much to sit and read because I'm eating. As much as I would love to start crafting an Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hannish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Dermare project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the Forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. Destroy. So it seems like Strola can come and go as she pleases. If anyone can help us, Nidhana can. I say we return to Thavnir and look for her at the Great Work. All these shallow, sleep-deprived faces, but their eyes still burn with fiery zeal. Some things never change. Stola tells me you're pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it. I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? By the sisters! This is the mark of House Dermer. I never even knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives, after all. It was, but that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hands? I can hardly wait to read it. Voice? Oh man, no voice. The fuck? Apparently I'm not in my own channel. Okay. To think that Demer were developing such marvelous technique so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder? Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atmos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Demer project that had even the round table scholars of Sharlayan trembling in their sandals. No alchemist of the Great Work could resist. You're a woman after my own heart. I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we've built it? We're going to merge it with a void hole that we found. So there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atmos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you would want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. And by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Sharlayan's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such liquid you need to go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of all once favoured the place for their meditations, And the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Ritra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We'll meet back here anon. Ah, there is no greater joy than having a new puzzle to ponder. Ah. Wait a minute. Fucking Quantum. He's always somewhere at some point. I saw a purple name and I was like, hang on. He's always nearby. Fucking stalker. Yes, it will be our resident Quantum stalking us. Bye. I got a story to do. Anybody got time for that? Ah, there's everyone. I say everyone. I only see Estinian. Oh, it's Varshan's there. Duh. The boy Merhad was glad to hear the news of the Foundation. It means a new life for him and his sister. Archon Stoll, I requested that I join you, but of her plan she offered scant detail. Ah, I forgot to mention. The font of Maya attracts aggressive wildlife, and you should watch out for them when you go there next time. My apologies. That's fine. I just flew there, nothing happened. Apart from crazy stalker people. Does it attract crazy stalker people as well? The waters? It must do, because there was one crazy guy hanging from a robot. He was just dangling there like a fish on a hook. Do you have that flask for me? Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Jasix. Ah, you're on the same... Don't lie. Don't lie, you are stalkers. I hate that you can't press square on these and then check the market value of them. You could like cancel out and then go check the market and then come back and then get the reward. Piety's normally a good one, isn't it? Void Theory. Look who I came across. Stydian seemed in need of a diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lands. Right then. Now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Mattia's boat again? Not this time. Once Yastala informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akiali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host, shall we? What am I really skipped that dialogue? Oh, he is indeed stalking us. What do I think, Lou? Do I think he's stalking me, or do we think he's actually doing the quest line? Oh, we got many vessels this time. Just likely not needed with Varshan along, but I held onto the map against the chance we might return to the ruins. You need not keep your weapons close at hand. The Guardians will not attack if I am present, so I pray you leave them be. And all this time I thought the tales of Azadal's hordes were no more than drunken sailors' fancies. Onto the boat, if you please. We can chat on the way there. Alright, calm down, patient lady. Ah, the ship is yours to command. Oh, this is so exciting. Asdal's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. I thought we cleared this place of constructs the last time we came through. It would seem a few stragglers remained. Did Astinian break them again? He laid waste to them ere I could utter a single word. Fighting! Attack! Poor Feature. He really should have spoken with Astinian before we left. I should have to think what would have cost, what we've cost them in terms of construct materials. That stupid Astinian. Please be voiced. It probably will be.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
We are making demons.
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater.
I think if this becomes a whole new expansion of we're going into the void, which it clearly is, it's going to be the next focus. I bet you we lose a few people to the void. I think a few people are going to become void sent. It's got to happen.
Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
By bleeding in something from the void? Might as well go myself. Say nothing and look meaningfully to stay here. Maybe send a familiar.
Very good. I see you've been paying attention. As Vritra sent his simulacrum, so too shall we rely on a familiar to bear the brunt of any unpleasant consequences.
Imagine if that familiar ends up becoming the next big bad.
Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same.
A Tonnenberry.
I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
Just you wait.
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall
I
storm,
know what it is.
from river flow and life be born.
Water, water, froth and foam!
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Stop. They're distracting. Yeah, they were her little minions in that dungeon.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve us well. This one will bear a warding scale.
And the other one won't.
And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
I think everyone's still stuck on the fact of what you just did.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Froth and form!
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
It wouldn't bother me, I've been there before. Do it.
Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void.
Laugh at the both, turned around and just went, no, fuck that. Sister, save me. I will never see you Stoller the same way again. Froth and form indeed. Every time I come here, it reminds me of that dark portal above the Crystal Tower. And the final lash of Adzala's tail as she plunged into the void. I struggle to picture Istola as a little girl. Easier to believe she sprang fully formed from one of Master Matoya's cauldrons. We need to wait for a time to ensure a meaningful result. Be patient and keep watch for any intruders.
I think we've waited long enough.
We're gonna have to fight the one that comes back without
Nixies, return to my side.
Without the protection. That was gonna be a big beastie. Ah, yeah, it's covered in corruption. Another one with the talisman's
Thank you,
fine.
little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
out of time! I must reseal the Void Gate.
Oh, too late.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void!
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct, then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
How's he not heard of it? Like, the whole world over knows of the Void world, shouldn't it? The game's always made that, like, known, as far as I'm aware.
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals.
Yeah, I thought that was something to do with Final 12. Yeah, Orsay was originally for Final 12, but obviously we know that Final 12 is in this world.
But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble. and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness.
Yeah, I wonder if this is gonna. I'm beginning to think this does tie in heavily with Final Fantasy Origins and Final Fantasy 1. Because obviously, if you watched us playing Final Fantasy Origins, the world that they all inhabited, Final Fantasy 1's world, was created. And then because of the abandoned another world in favour of creating another one. And this could be the abandoned world.
And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
I can't remember. It probably explained it during... It'll have definitely explained it during the... like, bits of the Crystal Tower arc and the... frickin'... the one where you were with the Sky Pirate dudes. That arc. It'll add a codex anyway.
What you have
More than
described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could, if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
He's very mixed about what's going on here.
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Ah! Fuck. I accidentally pressed the wrong button when I picked up the controller. I can still skip though. Skip. Alright. Seeing the Void's terrors firsthand was an experience, but I doubt fear of such creatures is at the root of Vitra's hesitation. A satrap's duty. How long is this patch? Once Nidada succeeds in replicating the mock Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There is something I must do first. The lighting on the character models is freaking the hell out. I've noticed. Like, if you look at her hair, you can see it on her hairline. See, when she's like leaning forward, it starts like, it gets like a overcast, and then disappears when she like leans out. Something wrong with the lighting. It's happening on the the shoulder area as well. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void. I was very disappointed with Sid's presence in the last expansion. Like, because obviously it was his homeland that he fled from, and started a new life after he lost his memories at first, obviously. But then once he remembered everything, he started a new life here in Eorzea. But yeah, his presence in Endwalker was just nothing. You saw him step up with Alpha and that near the end and be like, hey, and that was about it. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding skill. Come, let us visit their operation in Ralgar's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Oh, it just moved us here automatically. Sweet. Perhaps this young man can locate Sid for us. Jasix, what brings you to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid? Certainly. Let's see if he has a moment to free. Hello, Sid. Pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could see anything that would surprise me after Meteon and that bloody mess. We're just getting started. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation? Seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface. Much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. It In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armour. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilising metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armour, as you said. Nero has compiled data on the 13th. And as I said, a suit of armour, and then you saw that guy in the void also, a big suit of armour. Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. Only it wasn't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear, I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. Ha! The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Seed's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidana's getting on with the mock Atmos. Jesse, Sid's avoiding his work. He's skiving again. I guess she's got nothing to say. Right. The insatiable curiosity of our alchemist has ever amazed me, though I've largely left them to their own devices since we opened the gate together. I hope Nidana has good news for us.
Ah, Estola! The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial Atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm.
It's happening on him as well. Will you look at his chest area just above the dialogue box? There's some lighting issue going on with the character models. It's very distracting.
It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side.
It's even happening on that guy in the back there on his shoulder.
She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen? What?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler.
The voice sounds familiar. Like I've heard it from other films or games.
After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire?
That's that's the voice of what's his name? Fucking bad guy from Stormblood. He was possessed. His body was taken over in Endwalker. Freaking what was his name? Help, Lou! Help! What was his name? Asahi! That's the one. Asahi. That's his voice. So they're reusing the same voice actor there.
We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
Definitely the same voice actor. He's just slightly changed the tone of his voice.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan! You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy.
Say it's happening on every character model currently on screen. The chest of the young kid, the arm of the elephant dude in the back, again the whole body of the guy in the middle. Something glitchy going on every character model. There's a weird flickery shadow going on no matter where they are in every single scene.
And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
To protect them well, you must take heart.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them.
You're damn right.
If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ashdaya nor Radzatan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavne for a time.
I'm very curious if something will go wrong with his freaking puppet thing. I forget, Salacrum. If he comes through to the void side with why do I get the feeling something will go wrong with his protection and it'll corrupt his Salacrum, but through the Salacrum it'll also corrupt Vitra's actual body.
My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Is he going to become a new permanent companion in the next expansion? It's an interesting take. Like, obviously, his real self's in the palace, and the entire time he can control the Salacrum here.
Take care, and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
Convincing others to follow their hearts is not my forte. I would have gladly let our more philosophical comrades take the lead had they been here. I will not squander this chance you have given me. I will find Ajala. But someone needed to give that boy a good talking to. You don't suppose I'll be reprimanded, do you? I did just yell at the satrap. I'll be fine. He'll give you shitty chores for a little while. We'll have that Atomos built before you know it. When a project like this comes along, we give it our full and undivided attention. Sleep? Who needs it? Ah, that reminds me. I really should finish the other project I was working on for His Excellency. Was he making some armor for him? Weapons? You surprise me, Stinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vitra reach his conclusion. It was for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night and had travellers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm. Nani? What of your own answer then? You seemed disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratsaka's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vitra the pain, then I will follow you. Any other former scions we should call on? I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than dire threat to the star. We four should be sufficient for our purpose. Now, on to the specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. I wonder if that's going to be the whole thing of the next expansion. We're going to get rid of the void and do similarly what we did with the first. My plan is such as to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp near the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Magaduta. Okay, they're repeating. Some guy just whispered saying, thought he had a COVID ball for a second. Talking about me wind up Dalamud. Does look like a COVID ball though, doesn't it? Conducting our expedition out of the Rising Stones would raise just as many questions as recruiting too many scions. At least here in Razzat-Han, we might be expected to appear road weary from our local explorations. I was put up in a guest room in the palace while I awaited my audience with Vitra. I expect we'll be given the use of something similar. And so we require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? Accommodating official. All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out in the vault. Once the Foundation's activities began in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove to make a room for or 2 ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Azdaja. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to take the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidhana. If you've preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. This is the end, isn't it? I'm guessing this is the end of the patch. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Horse to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Jasix. But my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience. But you are a traveller and an adventurer at heart. This I know. I'm gonna have one. I'm gonna guess we're gonna have another meanwhile, and then that'll be it. Meanwhile, in the 13th, tell me your secrets. Tell me. Yes, we still don't know what this is. I think I know what that is. That's the one that Xenos made a pact with, isn't it? There's a bunch of hands.
And thus I am returned.
Yeah, that's the one that Xenos made a pact with.
To this world, bereft of saviors.
I think. It is, isn't it? That is the one that Xenos made a pact with, isn't it? When he took up the scythe. Let paths unwalked, adventure spur, pulses quicken, spirits stir. And that's it for now. I hope Xenos is coming back. Nah, I don't think he is. Because it was asked during one of the live events, live letters, and they said he's forever up. He's at the end, and he's forever going to be there because that place is outside time. You not remember? Didn't pay any attention to the story. Yeah, it's definitely going to have some presence to play. And then obviously, I mean, we didn't really need to pay attention to Reba. It wasn't part of the Reba story, that what you just saw there. But Yeah, that was definitely Xenos' void sent that he made a pact with when he took up Reap. Our journey into the void promises to be neither short nor simple, yet I will persevere. I have kept my sister waiting far too long. So that's the end for now. Did they give any idea of when the next patch would be? Like, has a date been dropped for the expected next story drop? Four and a half months? Yeah. I should have just subbed for 30 days, not 90. Because like I said, I'm gonna do the raid and what have you, but I'm not gonna be like on every day like I was. I'm never really gonna come away from it now and go back to Spider-Man. And then I'll come back and do the new raid on like the weekends. Damn right I'm a casual. There's not enough content to keep us busy. Not for me anyway, because like I said, I need story. I need content of story. Like I might do a replay of Endwalker eventually, since New Game Plus is finally added. Obviously can't see because of me, but yeah. Wise Lullaby said, big fat tacos, big fat tacos. What? Uh-huh. Great, cool. So that's the end of the expansion. I might jump into Spider-Man in a couple of minutes. Maybe a half an hour or something. I'm gonna sort my dishes out. So I'll probably be back at 8. It's 25 to at the minute. So 25 minutes, maybe sooner. I'll be back. Song at the end of... Let's sing a fight. Right, cool. So, yes, be interesting to see where this goes. That definitely seemed like it was Garland from Final Fantasy 1. Be interesting to see where Xenos' Reaper goes to. But anyway, I'll be back in about half an hour, something like that, do some dishes. Yeah. Hope he's enjoyed. I'll see you in a bit. Peace. Also, go check out Kakus. He's busy doing his fucking PS2 game marathon. Anyway, see you in a bit.